There we go. I don't know what happened to OBS, but told me it reconnected, but it was also showing that I'm still offline on both streams. So I had to restart. Did that save? What? Oh, yeah. Okay, it did save. All right. I don't know what happened to OBS there. Never had that before. So some of the garbage here has already respawned, but you can clearly see the area that I haven't cleared out yet. And the garbage there haven't respawned yet, which is why it's clear where the garbage I haven't collected are yet, and which ones are the respawned ones. Oh yeah, I wanted to try before doing this. Also put it in drift mode. Uh, I wanted to try using a company driver. I don't know if this works. I don't think I need this guy anymore. Yeah, my steel mill is full now. Actually, do I even need to remove him? I don't. I have an extra slot. So I just have to stop him from working so that he's not spending my money. He already spent 6,000. I need any semi truck really. Which for a company, I guess I'll take one of my Lobos. I don't think I have any more Jamusis. Which one did I add to my company? 652. Hopefully this works. Especially because the garbage are respawning already. Oh, what do I need? Lomax. This is my spare one. Oh, far, way too far. Oh, because it spawned back there. These things are spawning way too far back sometimes. Or maybe I didn't park far enough forward. That's why it spawned back there. Oh, I'm stuck now. Well, Yeah, this is problem. Why did it even spawn that far back? Is it really because I was too close to it? Or does it always spawn back there? Does spawn back there? Well, that's not gonna work. I need spawn somewhere else then, because I can't pull it out of there. They need to fix that. Shouldn't be spawning back there. What? Am I stuck as well? What? Oh, because it's too high, I think. Excuse me. Why is this cone blocking me? Yeah, it's stuck under the light. That should be good enough. I'm still stuck on something. What is going on? Oh, stuck on that. Well, I'm spawning here then. And it looks like it still needs a lower ramp. That should be low enough. Alright, hopefully this works. Good enough. Alright. I should hop in this just in case it might also remove the cargo inside of the trucks on the trailer because it does that normally. Well, not the ones on the trailer, but well, vehicles on the trailer, that is. It normally removes cargo on your trailer I don't know if it also removes cargo on in vehicles on the trailer when you give it a route. I'm gonna hand it over. Yeah, this thing is still full. So is this. Gotta teleport away so it can drive out of there. And I need to be here anyways. So there's so much cargo here already. Oh, what did I open up? Although I did spend a bunch of time testing, tuning, and whatnot. So if that company Lomax trick works, then I can just collect garbage infinitely here in Ara and let a company let my company driver deliver it to the landfill for me. Only one trash bag here apparently. Every other trash here in Ara seems to be in pairs, except that one. Well, there's one back there as well. Yeah, everything else seems to be in pair. It's great. Excuse me. Since this build has the suspension stuff, for which cost a total of 8,000, maybe I shouldn't include the long intake to make it cheaper, because the long intake doesn't really make much difference in this part of the job where you're just starting and stopping to pick up trash. In other jobs, you definitely want the long intake, but not here, not on this job, because you don't drive around very much. It's just start and stop. So I only got 6.8, which is plenty. And that's even though I didn't pick up these two, there's definitely gonna be enough at GAPA to fill up the rest of this truck. Although I guess no, I don't want to mess with the garbage that respawned already, especially because I don't even know if my company truck is actually transporting the trucks. It's not. The trucks are still here. Well, you're not doing anything, so stop you. Wait, what's going on here? Why are these not loaded? Does it actually work? And it's just decent? What's going on? I can't interact with this. Huh. Oh, I'm colliding with it. Interesting. I can stand on it. It's pushing me off. Weird. It unfortunately went that way instead of this way. Right, right. I can't spawn Lomaxes here. Alright, which truck do I want to take? Maybe this. I don't know how heavy a Lomax with two Compacties is. It's not very heavy, I'm pretty sure. but it's not exactly lightweight either. What? Stuck on something? Oh, the wheels aren't even on the ground. Okay. Can I go ram through this? Yeah, it does have collision, just like with my character. So I'm just gonna have to hope that these trucks are actually being transported somehow. It's still showing on the map here, but this it's clearly not completely here. Maybe it will get updated when I go near my company truck that is transporting it. Oh, what is going on? Why am I already overheated? Does this truck need to be repaired? The heck? I don't see yellow radiator, and I already passed the garage. Yeah, it's heating up a lot. What the heck? Okay, I'm gonna need to repair probably. I'm just gonna leave the trailer here, because obviously when you're having overheating issues, you don't really want to be pulling a heavy trailer. Oh, I think it was because during testing. Invictus overheated this thing a bunch while climbing up the hill while pulling heavy load. Yeah, there's no coolant left. He burned all of it somehow. Well, maybe not all of it, but he burnt enough of it that it ended up having no more coolant now that I'm using it again. Can't really blame him because for that scenario that he was testing, this is not exactly set up to do that. But also, he was driving it. He could have just managed the heat, but I did see him overheating, so he wasn't really managing the heat. Speaking of managing the heat, I guess that's not really something anyone has ever explained, how to manage your heat in this game. And it's not exactly something you can just tell by from playing. But the most simple tip with regards to managing your heat is you should never overheat. Like if you're overheating, then you're boiling off your coolant. And when you boil off coolant, you lose some of it, obviously, because you boil it off. When you have less coolant, your cooling gets worse, and you're gonna overheat sooner. So really, when you get close to overheating, instead of letting it overheat, just let off the throttle, and it won't overheat anymore. You don't need to completely go off throttle, you can just reduce your throttle input. In fact, you still get a decent amount of power even with reduced throttle input, and yet the temperature that you produce from simply reducing the throttle input is reduced by a lot. The only time you should be going full throttle still, even when you're close to overheating, is when you're on the rev limiter. So you can't go any higher gear because you're already on the max gear. Oh, I need to despawn these vehicles here. So if you don't have any higher gear, Because obviously, if you do have a higher gear, you should just gear up and you won't be revving high enough anymore to overheat, most likely. But yeah, the other side of that is if you are on the rev limiter, like you're bouncing on the limiter and you have the rev limiter turned on, like you didn't turn it off in the settings, which is the default, because you can turn the rev limiter off to stop that bouncing on the limiter. So if you're bouncing on the rev limiter, then that rev limiter is limiting your revs already. I don't really need fuel. So it's kind of going to manage your temperature for you, assuming you're actually able to maintain a high enough speed to keep a constant, to keep the revs high enough to constantly bounce on the limiter. Then yeah, in that case, you can keep the max throttle and it won't overheat because it's limiting your revs for you anyway. Your throttle, I guess, and the revs as a result. But any other time, you should just reduce the throttle or completely let off the throttle instead of allowing your truck to overheat and have worse cooling. And if you do still end up overheating it, then let off the throttle completely until it's no longer overheated. If you're overheated, when you're overheated, you can't put much power down anyway. It limits your power when during while you're overheated. So keeping in the throttle is just gonna make it longer, make it take longer to cool the coolant, and therefore cause you to burn more coolant before the overheat is over. So it's gonna make you overheat for longer and burn off more coolant by staying on the throttle while you're overheated. And that applies even during a race. Like it's way better if you overheat during a race, it's way better to just completely let off the throttle until it's no longer overheated and then get back on the power once it's no longer overheated than keeping the power while you're overheated. Like I've overtaken people in races where everybody has damage and I have more damage than they do just by managing the heat better. I still overheated because it's harder to manage the heat when you don't know how fast you're gonna heat it up because of the damage. So we both overheated. My car is in worse condition, but because I let off the throttle completely, I was able to get back onto the power with full power. Well, not full power because of the damage on the engine, but as much power as the engine can give, as the damaged engine can give me. I was able to get back on throttle to use that power again quicker because I allowed it to cool down faster by not using any throttle at all as soon as it overheated. I see so many people staying on full throttle while they're overheated, and it's just making the overheat last longer. And during overheating, you're not able to put as much power down, and you're making it worse by burning off more coolant. So You're you're gonna overheat faster again, even after it's no longer overheated. The only thing you really need to know with overheating is just don't let it get to the point that it overheats. Because as soon as it overheats, it just keeps getting worse from there. Oh, and my double shifting setups is also part of a fuel efficiency and heat efficiencies. So by double shifting with my FDR and transmission combos, you're going from really high rev down to a really low rev. And in the lower revs, you're more fuel efficient and you're also producing less heat or even cooling your radiator in that case. If you're already got high temperature, you're actually gonna get some cooling. You can lower the temperature even though you're still on full throttle. Although obviously it's gonna depend on what you're doing exactly, whether you can still double shift or not. Like you're not, I didn't have this set up so that you're always double shifting. Like I picked this setup specifically so that you do have the extra gears when you need it. It's just that most of the time it's better to double shift. Oh, I still have a lot of vehicles here as well. So my FPS is dropping. How much garbage do I need to fill up this compacty? 6.8. So that's 13 garbage bags, I think, to fill it up completely. Alright, I may as well go there. Despawn these vehicles then. Because this FPS is way too low. Oh, it's a dumpster one. I don't think I can pick up the dumpster from the Lomax. Yeah, it's too high up. I think it's just one of these bags though. It's only the big dumpsters that you can't pick up. Yeah, but it still pays more. Is that gonna compress? Oh, I did not want to do that. Despawn. Oh, a bunch of these have already been spawned elsewhere. Another one in a dumpster. Can I compress that from there? I can. I don't remember how much I put in yet. I'll have to check again how many more I still need to load. Eight 8.5. So only need 6 more. Not gonna bother with that one over there. It's just one. Oh, something happened with the garbage before it got compressed. My FPS is low again because I'm close to my other property that I need to despawn vehicles on. Oh, my FPS is at least slightly higher when I'm not looking. Actually, it's way higher. So it's only when I'm looking that it gets really bad, which makes sense. You need four more. Thanks. That looks like at least four. Is it? Is it just three? Looks like it's just three. Yeah, it was just three. Dang it. Yeah, I need one more. Oh, another floating rescue job. I thought they already fixed that. Well, I guess I just assumed it, really. I don't remember ever seeing a patch note actually saying that. I just assumed that, considering how common it is and how often people post about it, that they would have known and fixed it already. But apparently not. I see people posting recovers in difficult places, like on top of a tree. But what about floating ones like that? Like, yeah, that's so high that even if you stand below it, it's not gonna get its physics turned on, and so it's gonna stay up there unless you get closer to it somehow by like flying a drone towards it or making a cone ladder up to it. Or if you have a rotator, you can put the crane up and stand on top of it, maybe. Because even back when I was still a new player, I already found floating recoveries like that. It's just straight up in the air for no reason. Like, there's nothing around it, but it's so high up that I couldn't get to it. In fact, yeah, that was the first one I found. I still didn't know about the trick up with cones, and I didn't even have cones with me, so I just straight up couldn't recover it. And funnily enough, it was an Air City bus floating in the air. Why is my FPS so low again? What's going on? Hmm. Okay, it seems to be back. No, it's more than 30 at least, but still not very high. Might not have enough fuel, but I might also have enough fuel, so I'm gonna keep going without refueling. Where's my Lobo now? What? Oh, oh, well, that was not the right time to look at my company truck. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to just tow everything and repair them at some point. Why is it going back down there instead of where it came from? Well, I guess I'm gonna have to drive it back with its broken radiator and engine. Oh yeah, then this is the stock one too. So it doesn't have much power to begin with. And now the engine and the radiator are both broken. Oh, there it is. It finally arrived. That's why it's now saying that it's stuck. If only company vehicles that are stuck stop consuming condition, like you still pay the running cost regardless of whether they're stuck or not. Would have been nice if they don't deplete their condition when they're just stationary because they're stuck. Doesn't make sense that they still degrade the condition when they're not even doing anything. When you're also paying for the running cost. Especially now that depots are a thing. Vehicle condition is less relevant. So you're done with your thing. Stop paying for him and stop degrading the condition of the truck. Wait a minute. I didn't think about the Lobo when I did my testing. Is the Lobo short enough to haul two tabbers and a tanko within the 35-meter limit? Because it's got a different layout than the other semis. So it might be short enough. I don't know if it's gonna have enough grip though, considering it only has one rear axle. But I guess grip is not all about how many driven axles you have, really. You're increasing the downforce on that one axle compared to the two axles, since the weight is distributed to the two axles, so they end up having less weight per axle and therefore less grip. But still, it's already at the edge of the grip limit with the two axle trucks. So even if it is within the limit, I don't know if it's gonna have the grip. Oh yeah, I spawned in my tanko, so there's only the tabbers here now. I went to this Also, where's my company truck? Oh, it's in there somewhere. Alright. There was this what do you call it? A spontaneous. Yeah, it's not planned. It's not a planned event. It's just a spontaneous car meet in Motor Maven that I went to when I was just not really doing anything. So I just hang around there in the car meet. And I spawned my Tanko there. But I guess I don't really need the Tanko here if it if I can't fit it within the 35-meter limit. And I can test the limit even when it's empty. So it's only a setback if it actually fits within the 35-meter limit with the logo, which I think not, but maybe it does. Also, last time I tried unloading garbage and getting out, yeah, it says dumps in the wrong place. I just lost a bunch of trash by helping out. Yeah, that's half. I lost half of it so quickly just by being outside of my truck for a second. So it somehow unloaded super quickly just because I wasn't in the truck. Because it doesn't unload half of its load that quickly normally. Oh, it does. It unloads so much at the start. And then just the last few. Huh. How did I never notice that? Is it because this is the landfill and not the power plant? Is it different at the power plant? I would have let it unload most of it before trying to hop out. Oh, what the heck happened here? Oh, it can't navigate through here. Well, and my truck is not transported by it. And now they fell through the floor. Hmm. Can I fix that by reloading? Uh, no. Trucks are still down there. Well, guess I just wasted all that time filling it with garbage then, and setting up this company truck. You can stay in the company. The Lomax doesn't work though for the company. I need to take that off. Company. Alright. I need to move these campies back in their correct places. I can't see what I named this campy. Oh, this is the one for the supermarket. I mean, yeah, it is this one. Then that one is for the fire department. Then what is the campy at the fire department right now? I guess I can just check the name again. Yeah, move these campies around. Oh, I wonder if the bug with the Lomax has anything to do with the OBS. The OBS error earlier. Well, not error, but the issue. Because I've never had that. I've never seen that issue in OBS before. Actually, I want the campy here. Where it's closer to the large parking spot. In fact, I'm gonna put it over here. Oh, doesn't let me. Oh, there we go. So if I teleport here, it spawns me right on top of the parking. What's the campy here for? Garage. Hang on. If I Add a vehicle to the company. Does it still get despawned? And even if it does, I think if I just reload the game, it respawns back in. So maybe I can do that with these trucks. My company is full, but I can remove this guy. It's useless anyway. Where is he? Where's the logo? You're not in the company anymore. You're not spawned in either. Which compacties are these? 929 and 930 are the ones over there. So 26 is one of the trucks here. Yeah, there it is. Oh, but now the trash bag is... No, I haven't handed it to a driver yet. So if I... Why can't I tow it? Huh? The whole point of me adding it to company is so I can tow it. Why am I not allowed to tow? Do I have to give it a driver? But if I assign a driver, the trash bag's value go down. Because it becomes company cargo. I just need to tow it to the road. What if I give it a bus route? Are you gonna do something? I still can tow it to road. Assign to NPC. Hmm. Maybe if I go far enough. Farther than that, probably. Can't tow it. Why does it not let me tow? Why does it need to have a driver to tow? Well, it should have a driver. It's just not gonna drive anywhere because it doesn't have a license to do the route. What if I reload the game now? Is it gonna get teleported to the road at least? Doesn't look like it got teleported to road. I still can't tow it. Yeah, it's still down there. What the heck? If I remove it from company, it's gonna despawn just like my logo. My logo was in my company and it got despawned. Although now that I reloaded the game, it respawned. So if I do that, to be near. I guess I can try again if it doesn't work. Let's remove you from company. Same with my other truck. Add the other one to despawn. Then remove from company. And then reload the game. So that should respawn them, but where will they be respawned is the question. Still down there. What else can I do? How do I recover these trucks without removing the cargo inside? Yeah, I can't tow this guy either because he doesn't have a driver. So they need a driver to tow. Why is that? Why is that a requirement? Why can't I just tow them even without a driver? Spawn everything. Anything else? That's my company truck, so I'm not respawning it. In fact, now that I know the steel mill is full, I should start loading up coils so that I can put him back to work because I want a lot of coils. I still have my Titan over there apparently. In the middle of nowhere though, so that's fine. My air CD is there. Oh yeah, I used it for a bus for some testing. Then just left it there. I shouldn't have left it there, but oh well. Don't really go to that side of Sanho either. I need to despawn the vehicles here though. Oh wait, no, I still need these for testing. I'm not done testing these, but I'm not testing them today. So let's go back to where we started now. Um, okay, my thermometer is still here. Done with the Tronco. I can despawn it, but I don't need to yet. Since we just finished trucking, going back to our Valentines builds, may as well keep trucking. Oh, before I forget, let's check the difference in length. Oh yeah, I did the test with single rear axle semis already. Just not the logo, because they didn't have enough grip, I think. Again, I'm gonna have to check that. Yeah, this logo is long. Where even is the... Oh, there it is. I can see that. Yeah, the Lobo is longer. And I'm pretty sure I tried the Huda or whatever other semis already, and they still wasn't short enough. Well, I don't have the stuff here. We can double check if I actually got that right. So let's um don't want to spawn that semi. Why this truck parked here? And where is the rear trailer on this thing? Oh, I tried it. Oh, my Lomax is somewhere. Oh, there it is. I tried connecting a longer flatbed in the back instead of a third flabber because these are flabber leads. You can attach another flabber rear. Is this in? Yeah, this is already at the forwardmost position. Are these also in the forward position? Yeah, they are. And it still wasn't enough. Yeah, let's compare the semis before I forget. The the 4x2 semis, that is. So which one is the shortest from fifth wheel to the front? I think they all have the same adjustments on the fifth wheel. Because I saw on the Golima, it has the model shows that uh this adjustable section, it shows that as if you can move it through the whole thing, but you actually can't. That doesn't look like it's lined up, but already the CUDA is shorter. Let's see the SRT though. That looks lined up. It's even shorter, of course. Turn off the engines. Is there another besides the logo? The logo is longer. We already know that. No, those are all the 4x2s. Alright, let's go back to the truck dealership. But before that, it's time to take a break. Let's go look for something to watch during the break. Let's look at where will I find the car meet with the race after it. Do I even have them in the same video? I might have separated the race from the car meet. Hopefully not. Where is it? This thing. Oh, it's just, yeah, it's just the car meet. Well, we don't want that. I guess. Why can't I click on that? But there we go. Now I can click on it. Oh yeah, we can check last year, February, what we did around Valentines. Nothing Valentine's related. But yeah, there's my this I believe it was at the car meet in Dasa, the video earlier, where I first showed the Sakura Panther that I made. Although other people have already made a Sakura livery on the Panther before me. I just didn't like any of them, so I made one myself because I couldn't think of any other designs for the Panther. Well, I had the Pink Panther idea back then already. In fact, that's how I ended up making a Sakura Panther. It's just that back then I didn't think it was worth making one. Like the only reason I made it this time is because we have the extra light attachments now and the options for light attachments as well. So the higher light attachment limit and the extra light attachment options, combine those two is why I decided to finally make it. Anyway, let's go check this out. My bad. I wanted to see. Yeah, my car didn't have damage before the race, but as soon as the race started, it took damage from hitting luggage because it wasn't moving at the start. Alright, I'm gonna go grab some food. Wait a minute. Narushi is in this race. He's in. He attends so few of the race events, but didn't even realize he was in this one because I never got close to him. Why am I been so far back in this race? I guess stuff happened at the start of the race. Yeah, at the very start, I got blocked by luggage because it didn't move right away. And what else happened at the start? Not really much. It's just that, yeah, they just managed to pull away because I'm in a lower horsepower car. Most of most people here have V8s while I'm running the i4. Oh, even commented. Yeah, I don't really have much Valentine because I don't have Valentine's builds and there wasn't any event or anything specifically with a Valentine's theme.
Is it?
No.
Is,
Are you good? What Dan doing? I'm gonna restrain.
There's a cop up by the dual houses on that sharp left turn.
I'll take care of him. Where'd you say he was?
The dual house at Dirt Road. You got the two homes there. Left turn.
Alright. I'll just shove him into the sand and hope he stays there.
Better. Actually stayed on the road that entire time.
Gaz is on the move. Hunt. Stop. Okay, he did not stop. He did not stop. Matt, watch out. Matt. Cop, 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 cop. Watch out, Shaz. Oh great, now I'm not gonna be able to catch this cop because he's going after Shaz. Wait, he's stopping, he's stopping. Oh, he's turning around. Cop turned around, cop turned around.
wondering if the finish line is here or if this is like a super technical.
Alright, the cop is off. The cop is not worrying about yellow anymore. I am on my way.
Who's my way and why are you on them?
Traffic is the worst.
I feel like there should be a way to turn off AI traffic.
That doesn't exist yet.
Yep. I mean, it would definitely help bring up like server FPS and stuff, you know?
Yeah. Understeering like a mother. Oh, come on. There we go. God damn it.
Alright, I TP'd over to the garage.
What? This random NPC car just did a 180 in front of me, getting out of my trajectory. Some kind of dark magic so that I win.
That's what's up.
Ouch! No! Well, Pancake Man just sorry for shouting, by the way. Pancake Man came from behind and shoved me against the lorry, giving me a red radiator.
Oh, that's crazy. I passed you cleanly on my screen.
Oh.
Yeah, I passed around to your right and I didn't get not even audio clues or nothing.
Yeah, probably from a far away
Well, I
continent.
apologize then.
It's okay. Oh yeah, the
Oh,
No,
fuck,
he-
that's my
finish is
bad.
right there.
Your Mercy in the way. Watch out.
Now Shakira, I just fucked up his front end, my bad.
braking distances back then was so bad without the brake balance because everything is just way too front biased. Oh yeah, part of the reason the stopping distances was so bad is the off-road tires, because obviously there's quite a bit of off-roading in these races. Although on the first, actually no, yeah, on race one there was no off-roading, so I don't have off-road tires during that race. It's just race two. Yet the stopping distance on race one was also pretty bad. Back, get back into the game now. What do I even want to try with this? Just blanks? Blanks isn't very far from here. Have I? No, I still have the uniforms on me. Oh yeah, cause yeah, my compacties are still down there. We haven't found a way to recover them. But I do have the other compacties. Don't think I'm gonna be able to recover them. This one has uniforms in it. This is where I took the uniforms from. Oh, of course I need to repair it if it fell down. Oh yeah, and I made this thing, the cheap compacty build. And of course I need to repair this. Oh yeah, this thing. Both of the other compacties also very damaged because they fell off a cliff while I was looking at my company truck. So this thing is the cheap build. So none of the many unnecessary stuff. Oh yeah, I haven't uploaded the final. Well, I did upload it already, but it's not the final. But maybe there's nothing left to change on it. Regardless, yeah, anti-roll bars, spring on this. Yeah, this is super cheap. Only thing I would change is slightly lower FDR, I think. But even that is not really necessary. So I'd rather make it even cheaper by not having to add the 500. Definitely want a utility box at least though, for storage of the uniforms. The fuel tank not really necessary either. But it is nice to have, and you don't need a second utility box. So I guess that's it for the cheap build. Don't want to include the paint. Then here's the full build. Oh yeah, there's only 12 decals on it. Because there's not really much to do with this truck. Just the back, you can't change the back. And unlike the Mighty, the back of this thing is massive. And it has red, white, and red, or green, white, and red colors on it. Whereas on the Mighty, it's just dark gray. I was still able to think of a design after putting a bunch of lights around it. Whereas here, even though I have so many lights around the back, yeah, it's got the same number of lights in the back, really. Actually, no, it has less. I mean, more lights. There's only 3 lights attached to the cabin. The rest is in the back on the Compacty. Whereas on the Mighty, I have these 5 more lights that is not on this one. Because it has those lights up there. Anyway, 1.813 speed for the full build. Oh, yeah, let's check whether this thing correct. Oh, it has the intake. The intake should not have been there. Let's delete that. Yeah, that's not worth the 300. It is cheap, but really, if you're tight on money, you should still save that 300 to buy other more useful, expensive stuff. Because it doesn't help all that much. If any. If it even does help. Like if it was any other truck that I'm making a cheap build on, yeah, you definitely want a long intake. But on this thing, not really. That's it. A proper cheap build. So without the 12 decals, it would be less than 50,000. The only reason it cost exactly 50,000 is because of the decals. That's somehow ended up exactly. Although that's not the correct price, obviously, because it includes the cost of the stock parts, so like the engine, the transmission. Like, I didn't change any of these. The only thing I changed is the springs and anti-roll and the utility box. That's it. Everything else is stock. Oh yeah, I was looking at my other build. Yeah, nothing else to change on those. Do they all have the same parts? I don't think so. I think the others too. Uh, is not lowered yet. This is the only one I tried lowering more. Oh, I have the 5 speed on this one. So this is the final one. The 5 speed. So everything else is the same other than the transmission and FDR. Yeah, that's transmission FDR. Yep. So for those who don't want the double shifting, you can take this one instead. Also, I shouldn't have included the paint on that one either. Because yeah, none of these builds are really made for any paint, specific paint. But yeah, unfortunately, I've been uploading the ones in green paint. Oh yeah, it does have a custom paint texture. The metallic and roughness is different from stock. But still, that's such a minor. If you want the correct metallic and brightness, you can see these two have the same color. Yet this one looks darker, the old build that I had. Let's take a screenshot of that. So the actual final one is this. But if you want the paint texture, this one has it. Or if you also want the 13 speed. And then there's also the racing version that has this light setup in the rear, which is pretty much the same thing really. It's not that much different. What is different besides the transmission? In fact, the transmission is the same with this one. The one-way clutch, which doesn't really change very much. Oh, it has a large radiator because when you're racing, you want the high revs. Oh yeah, I uploaded that with a long intake. This is wrong. I checked the video. I thought it was when I got my best lap. I thought it was after. No, not after. I thought it was before I changed to a long intake. But I checked the live stream and it was after I changed it to a long intake or a short intake rather. So I guess I need to re-upload this one as well. This is why I shouldn't be uploading when I'm not sure, but I still went ahead and uploaded it anyway. even though I never finished the truck build itself, which is why I'm working on this today. What else is different? Nothing. It even has the utility and the fuel tank. The utility box and the fuel tank. Because yeah, when I got my best lap, it still had those. I haven't removed them yet. Oh yeah, let me check that actually. It still has them. I'm pretty sure. I think I checked it already. Are we even gonna see it from here? I guess in the corner. Actually, I'm probably not gonna see it. This is also another reason why we need a way to update our builds in the workshop so we don't have to keep re-uploading our own just to make minor changes. Yeah, you can't really see whether I have it, but I'm pretty sure I had it. Oh yeah, we can see the whole thing when I work on one of them. In fact, where's the part where I did the compacty? Yeah, there it is. Where's the part where I'm at the garage? Are we gonna see whether I have the things or not? Oh yeah, there it is. I'm uninstalling it finally. But I already got my best lap before this. I didn't do any better lap here. If I go back, yeah, you can see there it is. My best lap, 53.761 from back here. It was only somewhere here that I decided to remove them. So that is actually part of my brace build. So yeah, the only thing wrong with this is the intake. Oh, but I don't even have the truck itself anymore. I already changed the build entirely. Hmm. If the only difference though is the intake. Wait, what? Why does this thing still have an intake? Huh? The whole reason I re-uploaded is to remove that. What? Didn't I just delete one of my uploads and to upload this other one to not have the intake? How did I still ended up uploading one with the intake? Right, let's remove that. This is the cheap build. This is one with the 13 speed. Oh, I'm not browsing mine only. This is pointless. But I may as well. Nah. Hmm. This does have different lights, and I need to replace the racing one. But I can't delete both of them, as I'm not gonna have one with this light setup in the back. But also, I don't really like that. So, huh. I guess I'm just gonna keep both of them in the workshop. Oh, yeah. I still have to upload this one. So this is the final. All right. Let me update the image. This is our new thing. There we go. Oh, we got a nice number, easy to remember. 166777. So this is the final. This is the cheap one, as you can clearly see, although it's not actually worth 50,000. This is the 13-speed version with that includes the paint, the color and texture matching paint. These two those don't come with the paint. Like you can see, it shows orange here and green here, but it's still showing yellow here because the truck itself, the truck that I already have has yellow paint because it just shows a random color here since I didn't include the paint. Although I'm not sure if I actually got it the exact code, well not code, the color, because it's hard to tell. And as we know from the fire truck, they don't use the in-game menu to set the vehicle colors. They input the hex code itself, which certain hex codes you can't get through the in-game menu. Then you can see this is the wrong texture, correct color, but not texture. So yeah, when you see reflections, looks very different compared to this. Yeah, this is the higher version. Actually, isn't my old setup? Yeah, my old setup has that same height. So yeah, there's no point in me keeping this then. Yeah, I can just delete this now. No point in keeping this. So all of these have a purpose. Yeah, this is the final Jeep, the final with a 13 speed. That's the only difference between them, which and obviously also a different ratio since it has a different transmission. This is the racing setup, which is very similar to the final one, other than the intake, which is wrong. Oh wait. Yeah, I was looking at the final build earlier that has the long intake. That's dang it. Now this one doesn't have a long intake, even though it's supposed to have a long intake. So I have to fix that again. Yeah, I got confused. This one does not have the long intake, but this one should have it. Well, I can't have this number then, because I need to delete this since it doesn't have the long intake. So no one is gonna have that number anymore since you can't reuse the same number. Dang it. This one I'm not gonna bother fixing. It's just the intake. And it has different light setup, which none of my trucks have anymore. I'm not gonna rebuy this light setup just to uh, fix that. Because it is the only one left in the workshop that has this light setup. And then this is my old one, which is why it only has 5 digits. Alright, I need to take a screenshot again. And update the image again. There we go. And now we clearly see everything is the same, besides the transmission FDR. I don't know why I didn't realize that when I was clicking between these two and seeing the list change, because there was something else that is different, not just the transmission. Alright, we're finally done with this. Still need to update these ones to the correct build. Do I want the 5-speed on the Compacty? Yes. I do prefer not having to double shift the Compacty over having a second reverse gear. Well, it is nice to have the reverse gear. It's not really necessary. I'd much rather save myself the having to double shift. And even if I accidentally double shift from first to third, it still drives fine. Oh yeah, the brake power is different as well, right? Where is that? Oh no, this one does have 150. It's the old one that has 200. Interesting. Even though back in the day, we didn't have brake balance yet. I still maxed out the brake balance. Actually, no. That is exactly why I maxed it out, I think. I just let the front lock up because it still slows the vehicle down even when it's locked up. And that allows me to have, since it increases the brake power, it allows me to have more braking in the rear. Right. And then this one. What happened to this guy? How did he get here with no condition? Is my... No, my depots are fine. Huh? What are you doing? Alright, guess I have to pay for it. Even though I have depots for that exact reason. I don't know what the heck happened there. Oh yeah, another advantage to the 5-speed is that when you're transporting it on Lomaxes, that saves you 100 kilograms. Because obviously when you're transporting 2 trucks on a Lomax, it's quite a bit of weight. So any weight that saving that you can have is very nice. And that's it. In fact, you may even want, if you're doing that Ara garbage cleanup, you might even want to stick with the cheap setup because it has the stock engine, which is much lighter. Although it does have a heavier transmission. So I guess you don't necessarily want either one. You want to combine elements between the two to keep it lightweight. So like the final build has Kira wheels. You have to pay for that, but it saves you quite a bit of weight. In fact, let me create a lightweight version as well. The intake doesn't add weight. Keep the stock engine. Do we want the turbo? I guess not, because we did the engine thing. How much power do we get from these? Yeah, this is adding 80 kilograms, and it's still less power than simply upgrading the engine. But also, the engine upgrade is 100 kilograms. Yeah, we're saving as much weight on this thing as we can. You don't want the 1-speed. That's not a good transmission to use on this thing. Actually, for Ara, that could be good enough, actually. No, because you still want... Hmm. Should we go down to the 1-speed? Unfortunately, it's a manual, not a torque converter. If it was the scooter 1-speed, it's a torque converter, it would have been fine. But it's not. Hmm. This is the biggest weight saving there is. 160 kilograms. Actually, no, the engine. Yeah, this is 200 kilograms from 330 to 190. But still, it's a lot of weight savings. We can try it out. Don't know what FDR I'm gonna need with it. Let's look at the ratios. I think third gear, it is almost double the ratio. I'm gonna need like 7 maybe. Probably no, there's no 8 option. It's only 8.5. I can also do open diff. The brakes also add weight, and we only have a 1 speed. They don't need the brakes on this either. Brake balance doesn't have an effect. Suspension stuff don't add weight, except for spacers and angle kit. And you kinda want these spacers even though it adds weight. It's a really tiny amount of weight anyway. Yeah, I'd much rather have the stability than save 2 kilograms. So I'm gonna keep those. The utility box is 10 kilogram. The fuel tank is 20. It's not that much weight. But it is weight we don't need. So maybe I should just go to utility box. Nah, just remove it. It's the weight saving build. Alright, that's it. So this is an optional build. Super light. But this is what I recommend. Oh wait, I haven't tested the transmission yet. We haven't driven around with this. Let's get the Mighty out of the way. So we can try driving around with it. Forgot that I have to test that. Oh yeah, I downgraded the engine. So I'm gonna need higher ratio. So I might need a 10 then. Then how fast is it gonna go? Oh no, even the 10 speed, even the 10 ratio is not high enough, I think. Yeah, this is way too slow. Let's delete that. That doesn't work. Might need a 13. I don't think 11's gonna work. I might even need a 14 or 16. Yeah, this is slow. This is purely for our multiplayer. This isn't worth it. I should either... What's the weight difference again? The 5 speed is 180. This is 20. I'm saving 160 for that. Maybe I can at least upgrade to the 250. No, it's still gonna be super slow because of the gearing. So yeah, it should have a 5-speed still. It's just gonna need a different ratio because this is a 355, but the power on it is much higher. How much power does it have? 380, 1700 torque. This is more than half of that. Oh yeah, I already tried the stock engine with the stock transmission. So we're just taking off one gear. Let's do the conversion with my calculator. So we have the 4-speed with 4 FDR, or 6-speed 4 FDR. Yeah, with from this build, the cheap one. Yeah, 6-speed 4 FDR. And convert that into the 5-speed. Maybe 488? No, higher. 529. Wait, what? This is equivalent to that. This is equivalent to this. This is right in between these two. But also this is higher and this is lower. So yeah, that works, I think. All right, let's try that. What was it? 529? Why did the truck suddenly become much lower? Oh, because of the stock one. Or not stock, the cheap one. So obviously on stock height. Yeah, this gearing is fine. In fact, it's better, I think. Which would make sense since this is not the stock transmission. Or the stock FDR. So it should be better than the stock. I can't despawn that one for some reason. Yeah, I think you just need to respawn them. Oh, it's not parked though. Now I can despawn it. Let me see the transmission thing again. Not an ideal start, but it's pretty much it's right there at the ideal point. The gap between second and third is also wider than the ideal. And then obviously there's no sixth gear. But the fifth gear is already high speed. So this is already as best as I can get it. Increasing or decreasing the ratio is gonna make two not non-ideal things on this thing even worse. Well, one of the two. So the best balance is what I have already. So that's it for the lightweight build. So we got an extra compacty build. So we have the lightweight, the full 5 speed, the cheap, the full 13 speed, the racing one, which is just the 5 speed with a different ratio, and supposedly it should have the short intake or even no intake instead of the long. This is a mistake, but I'm not gonna re-upload it because it has different lights, and everything else is correct anyway. And obviously for racing, you can take off the utility box and fuel tank to save even more weight, but obviously the truck is very heavy, so it's not gonna make that much difference. In fact, though, those things add weight down low, so by removing them, you're moving the center of mass higher. Which I guess is fine since you're saving the weight regardless. Actually, no. Yeah. You are saving weight, but you do suffer from the higher center mass from that. But yeah, it doesn't change very much since the truck itself is quite heavy compared to the weight that you're changing. But yeah, definitely want a short or no intake for racing instead of the long one. At least at Ansan Speedway, because of the gearing you end up using there, which is why it has the large radiator. And this is my old one. So back in the day, the lowest ratio we already had the option to pick FDR1, but the next lowest option is 2.73. That's the only reason I went with an 18 speed. Because with the 13 speed, FDR1 is not good, but 2.73 isn't low enough either. So I went with this instead. And yeah, I didn't lower it too much, but you definitely want to lower this as much as you can, at least on the rear. The front, you don't have to lower as much, but you still benefit from it, lowering it. But for the best handling, I really like having the front be slightly higher so that the weight shifts more readily to the back. Oh, and yeah, since this is taller, if you do go for a higher build, so like a stock height, you do want stiffer springs. The only reason I went with the 150 on the cheap build is because eventually you are gonna want to upgrade it, the rest of the truck, and also because the 150 is much cheaper. It's half the price of the 200, and the whole point of the cheap build is to be cheap. So yeah, 150 is still fine at that height anyway. It's just the 200 is better, which is why my old build has 200 because it is on stock-ish height. I only lowered the rear on the old build. And I put an angle kit for some reason. Oh yeah, um, because back in the day we could only collect garbage in this island. We didn't have Ara. And in Gangjeong specifically, there used to be a lot more garbage, and the way the places they were placed on, especially the ones here, you do want that extra turning angle. But now that they reduced the garbage, you don't want it anymore, really. And it helps with the driving, not having the increased angle, because it makes the turning less per input, since the maximum is less. Like by lowering the maximum, your input also translate to that much less. So that's everything for the Compacty, I guess. So I have this, the lightweight build on one of my Compacties. I think I have this one on the other one. Um, on this one, I think. No, this is the cheap one. Oh yeah, the 5-speed. I have it on 2 trucks even. I have this on 2 of my trucks. And then the full 13-speed version I don't have on any of my trucks because while I do like the extra reverse gear, I would rather not have the double shifting and save a little bit of weight. I don't have a race build, but the race build is not that much different anyway than the 5-speed one. So that's fine. And the different lights, which I don't like anyway. Just why I made this other one. Alright, so that's it for the Compacty, finally. Now we can go back to the... Oh, what? I can click it through that, even though it's inside. That was part of the reason I put it in there, so I wouldn't accidentally click on it, but apparently I still can. Because, like, on the Tronco, I think the lights are far enough inside that I can't do that. Yeah, I can't click on the lights on the Tronco. Only these ones, the exposed ones in the back. Oh wait, that's not even exposed when the door is closed. Yeah, that's also hidden. Oh, but I still... No, that's the door. Yeah, I can't click on the light. when it's close. So does this thing have any exposed light? I guess not. Wait, let's go through the list of lights. Yeah, these are all hidden lights. Oh, this one. Yeah, there's what because I still had one slot. I put a light up there for reversing. Because I noticed the light setup. So you obviously have for the rear, the braking, the reverse, and the turn signal. And you have those on top. Well, this one doesn't function as a turn signal, but that's fine. And also, this is not a brake light either. So I guess that doesn't actually count regardless. But yeah, I still have the top light for reversing. Anyway, we're done with that. It's already on the list. Same with the Mighty. And it's getting late. For me, that is. And apparently we need to be early tomorrow for Valentines. Uh, what do I even want to do with this thing, really? Can this thing... No, that's not part of the testing for this. Yeah, there's nothing for me to test on this, really. There's no up... There's no update to the setup necessary either. What did I think about it? Most of my builds, I have to update them because of the brake bias, but semi trucks and trailers, I already have them brake balanced even before we got the brake balance update. Because obviously you have the semi and the trailer. So I just increased the braking power on the trailer and kept the braking power on the semi stock. And I got my rear bias that way. Let's go through the parts then. Make sure everything is correct. Maybe for the 4x2 semis, I should consider swapping out the 13 speed. Let's do some math with our Google sheet. 2.17 13 speed. In order for me to match the torque of the low gear on this, which I don't have to, because it's a single rear axle. Can't make use of as much torque, but still, let's go try to match that first. So I think I'm gonna need 456. Yeah, that's really close. This is in between those gears. This is kind of in between those two. This is also in between. Okay. Uh, this thing as well. So it's this. It's pretty much the same as the 13 speed, other than it doesn't have the two extra gear. I don't have to double shift. Which now that I said that, yeah, that doesn't work for semi trucks. Like, there's a reason I go for this setup on my semi truck because it is useful to have the extra gears. Very useful, even for the 4x2s. Oh yeah, I'm not changing that. Brake power, brake balance. I guess I may as well try the braking on just the semi without the trailer. See if I need to adjust the brake balance. I would think not though. But yeah, I'm gonna test that before uploading. Continue. Oh yeah, rear anti-roll. Very soft. Not up the front. Because the rear springs is very stiff. But still, by having rear anti-roll at 50, it drastically... No, that's not how it works though. You don't just multiply the anti-roll with the stiffness. So yeah, the rear, even though the anti-roll is only at 50, and the front has 150 anti-roll, the rear still ends up feeling stiffer in the corners. And dampers are good. Let me check my weight spreadsheet if this is the correct suspension. Yes, it is. Plus 2, 200, 400. Wheel spacers. Straighten out the wheels. The rear looks perfect. The front, I think it's better off without. Yeah, let's not have it up front. So that's a 50 mm difference in spacers between front and rear, which is actually less than my other trucks. I think on some of my other trucks, I also don't have front spacers, but then the rear is 50 or 70, whereas this one is only 40. Plus 5 angle kit, because the wheelbase is long. Oh yeah, we looked earlier at the length of the trucks between the fifth wheel and the front. And in general, their fifth wheel relative to the rear axle of the 4x2s are very similar. And we saw that the Atlas is longer than the Cuda, but the front axle of the Atlas is really far back. It's almost at the back of the cabin. So the Cuda has a longer wheelbase, long enough that when you compare it to the 6x2s like the Titan and the FL1, it actually has a similar wheelbase than those with those. So it could do with extra angle kit. Just plus 5 though, not no need for a plus 10. You can keep the plus 10s for the Golema and Longhorn. Obviously Kuda wheels. No aero options, because the Kuda already has low drag. Surprisingly, even though it's some massive brick from the front, a flat, very massive flat facing. But yeah, the drag on this is actually on the low end. The Lobo has lower drag, and I think the Atlas has more. But if you put the aero that reduces drag on the Atlas, then the Atlas ends up having less, while also reducing the drag of the trailer, which we still don't know if any of the other semi trucks has built into them. Because like you'd think something like the Cuda, because it's massive, it would reduce the drag on the trailer behind it. But the Cuda was added even before that mechanic, where the it can reduce the drag on the trailer, and that's not an info we can find on the Motortown even on motortown.info. So yeah, no one really knows other than the devs, I guess, whether semi trucks have built-in drag trailer reduction. Like if I was the dev, I would make every semi. In fact, every vehicle, even vehicles with that can't have a trailer, should still have drag reduction. So it's kind of like Slipstream, even though that's not really obviously gonna work because drag reduction only applies to trailers. Oh, but most vehicles you can put a trailer hitch though, and have the small trailers. But yeah, obviously the small ones are gonna have less trailer drag reduction anyways. Alright, so that's it for the CUDA. Let's look at the trailer. Yeah, maximum brake power on trailer. Oh yeah, there's brake balance on trailers, but all the axles on the trailers are on the rear, so what the heck does these do? They're all rear axles. So if I put this on, am I just increasing the brake power? Like, how does this work? Then don't really need brake pads on trailers. Maximum anti-roll on everything. The flankers, both both variants of the flanker, so the flatbed one and this one with the sides, have really stiff springs. That's why I was able to do the 24 coils. That's part of the reason why I was able to transport 24 coils without help, because I had a really stiff flanker. So for everything else, you actually want to soften it to 80% because it's way too stiff. Surprisingly, no damping. Let's put some damping. Mm, yeah, like that. It's a soft spring, so yeah, the damping don't really change very much, but may as well have them if we're updating. So that's also the setup. -1, -2. 20mm spacers. which is as far as you can put it without having them stick out of the fender. Yeah, 30 sticks out of the fenders. And and that's not even counting the piece of the wheel that sticks out of itself. But that's the stock wheel on this trailer, so I'm not gonna change that. And it belongs to this truck anyway, or this trailer, because uh, the CUDA, is it the CUDA? Yeah, the CUDA wheels and the Golema are the thickest, but the CUDA wheels stick out more. So it kind of has built-in spacers on with it, unlike the Golema. Well, actually, no. It's not that the CUDA kind of has built-in spacers. It's more that the Golema wheels has negative spacers. But regardless, I really like the CUDA wheels on this trailer because of the fact that it doesn't have dualies. And the CUDAs and the Golemas are the thickest. So everything else looks like they're way too narrow for this trailer. Especially the Roadmaster. Yeah, nothing else. It's just the Golema and the CUDA that looks like they're the correct width. Everything else looks way too narrow. Because even though they gave us this wide fenders, they didn't give us the option to change between dualies and singles. Like we have this tire selection. I don't know why they didn't include the dualies here. The model is clearly made, at least the fender. Yeah, actually no, this part is way too far out. But still, that's underneath the vehicle anyway. You don't really see it. So if you chose to go with a dually and end up clipping through that, that's kind of your fault for doing that. But at least the game allows you to. That's the important part. If the dev did that, but yeah, unfortunately, not the option. Alright, so that's the trailer done now as well. So let's go test the braking before we even go do anything else with this, because the whole build has been tested so many times now since it hasn't really changed. At least not very much. So first thing, max out the brake power. Put it in drift mode. Let's test the brakes. Okay. The 200% braking is too much. So I'm gonna use comfort mode to put it back down to stock. It's braking the front a lot. Can we do something about that? So I'm probably gonna want the F50. Oh, there it is! The F50 costs 25,000 for this truck. So is it different for trucks? So I can't transfer the brake balance upgrade on trucks to the cars? What about buses? Buses are also cheap. And yeah, I don't have the other part. I just have the F70 on the bus. Um, oh, buses have their own brake balance. This thing has even cheaper and different parts. I see. But still, this is still very expensive. Like, why are we paying 7,000 just to move our brake balance to the rear? And why do we need 1,500 just for a small adjustment on the brake balance? Like, it's just brake balance. It's not brake power. In fact, brake power is really cheap. 30% for 500, 1,000 for 50%, and then 5,000 for 100% more. Why the heck are these so expensive? And why does trucks and buses have them even more expensive? I already put on F50. Alright, let's try again. It's still the fronts that are locking up, even at the F50. Let's try half the brake force. That looks like the rear now. But that could just be because we're transferring so much weight. Or not transferring, but the rear is not having enough grip since we're transferring the weight to the front. That may not necessarily be because the brakes have, on the rear is too much. So first of all, let me uninstall this because that's on half the braking. We're still skidding. And then I guess we move a little bit to the front. Oh, I'm still in comfort. Well, that was useless test. Alright, let's try again. It didn't even lock up the fronts anymore, so maybe there is a brake balance necessary for this thing instead of just maxing out the rear, even though it was locking up the fronts a lot without the brake balance. Okay, yeah, we're locking up the fronts again. Maybe I need F 70. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's your trailer that's gonna be braking. Because you don't want your semi getting pushed by the trailer anyways. Hey Kex, no, I'm not Arab. I'm Filipino. Yeah, that's pretty smooth braking now. And I would rather have a little bit more braking in the rear anyway than to lock up the fronts. Yeah, that's part of why I would prefer having a little bit more braking in the rear. This isn't a racing setup, but also I'm not adjusting the brakings with just the truck in mind. I already have rear bias through the trailer. So I may as well set up the truck as it on its own, the braking at least. And that's it for this thing. So I guess I'm uploading it now. Oh, the paint. Did I update the paint? Not yet. Do I want to change the paint though? Because this is a fully decal design. So I don't think I want to change the metallic and roughness. Because the designs and the decals end up looking better without adjustment on the metallic and roughness. Just keep the default ones, which is this. Let's clear out our colors here as well. Those are the workshop builds. Do you play this game? Because in this game, there is this workshop feature. So when I upload stuff, I just put it on screen to make sure I keep track to make it easier for me and other people to track what I have so far. So I'm done with this. I'm gonna upload it to the workshop now. Take a screenshot of that and then go back here and also upload the matching trailer. Oh, so let's see if we're gonna get the same, well, not the same, but the a similar number on both of them. All right, so let's Let's add these two now. Oh, what? I didn't copy this last time. There we go. Paste that. I guess it's time to remove the mixies. Take that off. How do I want to put these? Oh, not that. Trailer there. And then the truck. Oh yeah, I got the two consecutive numbers for the truck and trailer. Nice. Then save it. There we go. There's my workshop stuff updated. I'm not gonna work on the FO1 today, and I'm the last person you want to recommend builds on, because this is pretty much my expertise. Like, this is what I do in the game, which make really good builds. Unless you want me to review them and tell you what you can improve. I'm kind of short on time today, though, because it's getting late for me. It's getting close to midnight, and I still have these two more cars that I want to go test and upload once I've tested. I'm not really sure what to do with these two, though, because these are not uh neither of these are designed to do anything really other than look the way they look and still drive well. I guess I'm gonna drive them around the track for a bit. Oh, the ratio on this is too high, at least for this track. And this is not even the 400 one. Alright, let me try the 400 one first then. Where's my other Panther? So both of these are 1 speeds. Because for this car, with this much power, you don't really need more than 1 gear. Unless you want to go up to really high speeds. But then if you're wanting to go to really high speeds, neither of these builds is really what you want. Because like this one is the high drag one. So obviously, well, high drag and high downforce. So obviously it's not gonna go up to very crazy high speeds. And the other one has less power and it doesn't have the roof, so it also has a little bit more drag than is possible. Like you can still lower the drag on it even more. So yeah, neither of them are for going really fast on a straight line. I think I'm getting close to, if not already past 8,000. But a lot of those is not really me playing. Because obviously the game has autopilot and sometimes I just have the game open even though I'm just in the main menu. Oh, this thing also reaches its top speed. Huh. So neither of these have the right gearing. It's not a G meter. That's my that's my steering. Like that's not the comfort meter. I have it on so I can track my steering because I'm using mouse steering. Surely 308 will be enough? Maybe not actually. I might need to go down to 273. I have the one speed, the EV one speed. Because because like I said, this thing doesn't need more than one gear. Do I not have brake balance on this? Why is it turning? I don't remember this thing doing that under braking. It wants to rotate even before I want to turn, just from braking in a straight line. Oh yeah, let's look at what time we should be getting close to. Panther. There it is. So I still have second place, but it is many seconds behind the first. But also, this is a really old record. We have we can go faster now, so it makes sense that I'm that much slower for an old record. So we need to be able to do 84. I'm probably not gonna be able to get close to that because that's Milk's lap time, and he's really fast. And I don't have a build to compete with that either. I'm not even able to drive this thing straight. Okay, I need to check the brake balance. Because it's not helping. Like I'm already struggling to handle it. But then, yeah, I didn't even want turn right there, but it still went right. Alright, so let's do some brake tests here. Go up to 100. Okay, yeah, there's too much braking at the front. Oh, I haven't brake balanced this thing. Okay, that makes sense now. Alright, so since the fronts are locking up, I need to move some braking on the rear. Let me try F70. Well, as it says, it's the balance of braking between the front and the rear. That okay. I need to try again. Oh, that feels like good braking already. I need to turn up the braking. Maybe only up to 130 though. Okay, I'm locking up once again. But which one is that? Is that the front or the rear? I need to change my wheel so I can tell which is locking up. Which combination of wheels do I go for again? I need to take note of this for the future so I know which wheels to go for. There's a lot of thick wheels that are lightweight, but which is the lightest narrow wheel? And ideally something very narrow. Oh, we can go with stingers. They're the same weight, but one of them is thicker than the other. Yeah, let's do that. No. It's purely so I can tell which wheel is locking up. Because obviously when I'm locking up, it's leaving skid marks. So if the rear is locking up and I have thicker rear wheels, then I will see thicker skid marks. Because when I'm going in a straight line, I can't tell which wheel is locking up if they're on top of each other. Okay, so a lot of thick skid marks there. I'm not seeing any thin skid mark at all. So I might need to move the braking to the front a little bit. So let's go to F80. That still looks like the rear, right? Yeah, that's the rear. But also I can see the thinner skid marks over here. So yeah, I think that's it. I just have to lower the braking now so that we don't lock up. So I just have to remove the increased brake power. And then I can put my my lighter wheels once again, which is the Magus. Alright, so hopefully I can brake properly now. Oh yeah, this feels much better. I need to brake earlier though. Alright, see ya. Yeah, this braking is so much better now. Oh, why didn't it's... But did I just... Did it understeer or did I just need to steer more there? I felt like it should have steered more for my input, but maybe I just didn't steer enough. It pretty much just went in a very straight line, barely turning. Oh, already hit the wall and went off track. Hmm. I don't know if it was because I'm off track and on the grass that I couldn't straighten it back out and it spun me around or something else. Yeah, it understeers. And I needed repairs anyway. Oh, I don't have anti-roll bars on this. Huh. All right. Um, Considering how it drives, I'm probably gonna want more on the rear. In fact, probably gonna want more spacers too. Hey, Neri. Um, oh yeah, that reminds me. I should do this in multiplayer so I don't have the stuttering. That's probably part of the reason why I'm struggling to drive this thing. Let's go to one of the servers. If the next update is still stuttery in my single player, I'm really gonna have to make my bug report regarding that. Just checking if my Panthers are tuned properly, which they're not, so I can upload for Valentines since that's kind of the reason I made these Panther builds for Valentines. I already uploaded the Doki Doki Kuda and Flanker a few minutes ago. That was my other Valentine vehicle besides the Panthers. Oh yeah, I just thought about Milk set his time a really good time here in on Sun with the Panther 400. But when I looked up his Discord, there is no 400 horsepower Panther build. Huh. I guess it's one of those builds that he just never posted. It's a really fast lap time though. Much faster than my old one at least. Maybe that's just how fast you can go now, but still, my old lap time wasn't slow. Oh, already this thing handles much better. I wonder if I should adjust the front roll bar to be stiffer or softer as well. Well, not as well, but the rear is stiffer. I'm still getting understeer, so I probably shouldn't stiffen the front. So maybe it will be better if I soften it. But I really don't like softening the front. 34, nice. I'm happy enough to have gotten a sub 36 from back then. I think it was number one even. At least for the Neo. There was already other faster lap times in Oli when I got that lap time though, but with the info. But obviously we know now that the Neo is faster than the info. But still, I was really close to the best lap time, I think. Maybe second overall if we're including the infos. I'm not really sure because back in the day we could only see the weekly leaderboard. So I wasn't sure how I placed compared to the infos with my Neo. But if I remember correctly, I was number one on the Neos with that lap time. At least for a bit. I see Omni Hill is here at the ring, I think. What about you, Neri? Where are you and what are you doing? Are you preparing for a race as usual? I won't be able to attend any of the events tomorrow. In fact, I need to make sure I wake up not late. I don't need to wake up early, but also not wake up late tomorrow. What vehicle are you gonna be using for the race? What vehicles are even allowed on that race? I don't know. I haven't bothered because I know I won't be able to attend. I got a slight rev up from hitting that curve there. I wonder if that sped me up or slowed me down. Because it didn't cause me to lose traction. It didn't leave any skid marks when it did that. And I am in drift mode. Oh, well, too much curb. That was a decent lap as well, I think. At least it would have been my best in this session if I didn't mess up that last corner. Oh, I'm just realizing I have maxed out the lights on this thing, but none of them light up because they're all visual cosmetic light attachments, not actual light attachments. Yeah, all of them are like body pieces. Once again, it's didn't refuel to full when I hop out. Why does the game do that? It's not refunding me, but it's not refilling completely. Just followed. I'm kind of. First of all, I don't really care about which follows. But secondly, you've been in multiple of my previous live streams. How come you just now realize? Well, not realize. How come you're just now following? Yeah, I think I saw that. You beat my Ansan Speedway Air City time by a tiny bit. Oh yeah, YouTube, of course. Yeah, that's partly why I don't really care about the follows on Twitch. So that makes sense. Then how come you're watching through Twitch now? What made you go to Twitch instead of YouTube? Because YouTube Live is worse? Better video quality? I haven't really compared the same streams between Twitch and YouTube very much, so I don't know for sure what the differences are. That could just be because of the delay, the stream delay on YouTube. I don't think it's actually the chat that is delayed. It's just the stream is more delayed in general. You have to reduce the delay on YouTube by speeding up the playback. Well, somehow my braking there wasn't very good. Maybe I had more speed, so I needed to brake earlier. Every time I go to watch anything on YouTube that is live, I speed it up to make sure, well, not make sure, but to reduce the delay. Oh, we're still doing a burnout. Oh. Well, oh, and I'm on the curbs. I thought eventually it would grip up. It just kept doing a burnout. Speaking of cooking, I should have picked up my thermometer before going here. Oh, there's a store here that I can buy a thermometer from. Check the temperatures. So let's go do that. I can buy. Yeah, I can buy here. Do I not have upgraded front pads? I thought I saw upgraded front pads when I looked earlier. Well, not earlier, but before. When I was customizing the builds. Oh, also I am still getting some understeer, so maybe I should soften the front. And then just followed on YouTube? What? Uh, what was I doing? I forgot. I got distracted by that. Because I saw the YouTube icon, but it says just followed. Um, The brake pads. No, I don't. I should have upgraded pads at the front. It's worth it on this car. Because you can overheat it. Actually, hmm. I'm gonna keep the stock pads for now. And if it does overheat at some point, then yeah, I should upgrade the pads. But I'm gonna need to do a lot of laps, I think, to get it overheated. Because you don't brake very much on this track. Well, you don't need as much braking force for this track on this car because the car is so lightweight. Oh, I think my softer front roll bar requires different driving through there. Wait, um is it just my chat thing that makes it say someone is following? Yeah, it is, isn't it? So even though it's on YouTube, it still says follow. Interesting. That's one of the new things on my stream that I just now realized. I thought that was just a Twitch thing, and I didn't even know that it worked until now. Well, I should have braked earlier because I apparently got up to a really high speed. High speed enough to reach the red line. Or not red line, the rev limit. I heard it hit the limiter before I started braking. Okay, I don't think this softer front roll bar is working out. It's messing with my handling. Oh, there it is as well, the smoking brakes. It definitely helped with my understeer, but that's not good handling wise. Oh yeah, that's getting real hot. How come it's just now getting so hot? So upgraded brake pads will get overheated as well if it's getting this hot. Also, I once again needed to brake early because I once again got to a really high speed. How am I suddenly getting up to much higher speeds before the braking zone now? Oh, because I'm not having to slow down now that it's not understeering. But I'm gonna remove that now. In fact, let me try when it's still. And instead, I'm gonna remove my front spacers and maybe increase my rear spacers. So much wider than my stuff now. What do you mean button sensitivity? Like here. Oh yeah, it is called press sensitivity. Oh wait, you didn't say press. But are you talking about this? I'm guessing this is what you're talking about. Yeah. No. I didn't bother messing with these. I did use the maximum adjustment for brakes. The linearity you can adjust in the controls, so you shouldn't mess with this one. Unless you want different linearity for certain vehicles for whatever reason. On some vehicles, I increased the sensitivity in comfort, because obviously in comfort it's half. Actually, no, it's 10% only. Yeah, so it's way lower in comfort. So on some of them I increased it, but that's comfort. That's not for racing. I think that's it. We didn't have auto shift RPM, and that's for automatic users anyway, or for autopilot, which yeah, I don't use very much, if at all. All right, so hopefully this is better with the understeer. Oh, Okay, that definitely helped with the understeer. I'm oversteering now when I'm full throttle through there. So maybe I didn't need the extra spacers. I can probably put it back down to 30 even. And these brakes are toast. So I should respawn. In fact, let me try going back down to 20. What else did I change besides the roll bar? Is that really the only thing I changed? Why does the car feel so different now? You know what? Let me try 20 spacers all around with current setup. There's probably ways to set it up better than the default, but the problem with that is you have to change it on every vehicle because there's no global setting for it. Okay, maybe 200 anti-roll bar at the front is too much of a change. Maybe I need to put it down to 150 or 120. Yeah, I wish there was a global setting for the. I would have messed with that more if there was a way to change it globally instead of individually. I never bothered because just because of that. And it's not something you can even include with your workshop build. Which for comfort builds, you really need to be able to include that. Because with certain setups, you can get away with more or less braking than 50. In fact, I have said comfort setup that allows 100% braking. Okay, it's understeering again now. So it was the anti-roll. But I can at least minimize it. Because right now I have front to rear anti-roll difference of 25%. What's the difference between 120 and 150? 20%. So yeah, I can reduce it by doing that. Although obviously it's gonna give me more weight transfer since it's lower overall anti-roll. Well, more leaning, but less weight transfer probably. Since it's not the stiffness that I'm adjusting, it's the anti-roll. Okay, this feels better so far. Oh, okay, it's still hmm. So it's either understeering or oversteering through there. So maybe I should go back to 150 to 100, but then change the stiffness. This is the problem with cars like this. So light, it's so small that even the smallest adjustment can change it between oversteer and understeer. Oh, maybe. Nah. Let's try first. Stiffen everything. So, stiffer springs and maximum anti-roll. Oh, the brake earlier, but that's fine. Just on my in lap anyway. Okay, that feels better. I still have enough oversteer that I'm not afraid of understeer, but it wasn't also too much oversteer that it just wanted to spin around. Apparently I didn't brake early enough. I could have sworn the last time I tested and tuned the Panther that the 200% was spring stiffness was perfect for it. In fact, even looked at Milk's other Panther builds, at least the ones that he posted. So the 150 horsepower, and I think he also posted a 241. They both have 200 spring stiffness as well, I think. I might have only checked one of the builds he posted. I don't remember anymore. But yeah, I wanted confirmation on whether my 200% springs on my Panthers are good. So I looked at all my Panther builds and Milk's Panther builds that I found, and they were all on 200s. But obviously, I'm not testing a normal Panther build right now. This is a V12 Panther. Apparently, I didn't break early enough there again. What is going on? Do I need to change my brake balance now that I have stiffer springs? Yeah, certain vehicles, like this one, you really benefit to the analog throttle and brakes. On certain vehicles though, like trucks, you don't really benefit, but it's still very nice to have whenever it's useful, like when you're off-roading and holding low amount of brakes on a downhill. What was it? Spacers? Oh yeah, I have 20 all around already. Do I want to go 30 maybe? Kind of like 30 on the rear, at least the way it looks. Let's straighten out the front wheel. Yeah, I think on the fronts I'll keep the 20. What else do I want to adjust? Oh yeah, the brake balance. Since I stiffened the front, maybe I need more rear on braking. Let's put on stinger wheels so we can see our skid marks once again, and increase the brake power to 130, so we're actually able to leave skid marks under braking. in a straight line at least. I think what I need is a 75. Wait, is this more skidding on the front? Yeah, I'm still I still have too much front braking even after moving my braking to the rear. I need to move it to the rear even more. So just by stiffening the springs, I'm having to do 20% brake balance. Well, plus and minus 20, I guess, front and rear. Okay, this is all rears now, I think. Or is it? That looks thick. I have the thick. Oh wait, did I place him wrong? Why does both of my wheels look thick? What? From the side, they are different wheels. Did I have them backwards? Oh yeah, it's Stinger ones that are thicker. Okay. Oh, so the one with more sidewall is narrower? Yeah, it is. So it's opposite of the Raven wheels. With the Ravens, the one with more sidewall is thicker. Okay, that is the rear, I believe. Okay, I think that's good now. Okay, that's front and rear, I think. So this makes more sense now. I just had to move the balance to the rear a little bit after stiffening. So now I need to remove that. And I can continue. Oh, I didn't put back the Magus wheels. I need to put Magus wheels back. Because these Stinger wheels are heavier. And they don't look good on the Panther. Okay, the handling feels good once again. Under braking. Now that I adjusted it. What was it that I wanted? The wheels. So, Neri, did you know that the Maggie's wheels is ever so slightly smaller than most other wheels? I think there's one other wheel that is also smaller, but I don't remember what the other one is. Oh, once again, I needed to brake earlier. So it must be really hard to drive something like this without analog control. I don't think when I drove something like this back in the day, it was with my old keyboard. I think I already had my wooting then when I first drove something like this in Motortown. The only car I remember that I drove with my old keyboard, but I really needed analog controls with was the Zydro, because it has so much power for a rear-wheel drive, and how little grip it had back then. Because even though it was heavy, it didn't have the downforce back then. Because we didn't even have aero mechanics like that. So it was just a super slippery, heavy car with lots of power. Oh, what? That was an off track? So when I got my wooden keyboard and drove it again, I gained like 1 second in Ollie. At least that's what I remember. It's some time ago by now, so I can't remember it very well anymore. Oh, what the heck? They really need to fix the hitboxes. Like flat surfaces shouldn't be collidable. I was just about to say, because coming out of the last corner, I bounced on nothing. I was just about to comment on that, but then I was so focused on driving still. Especially because I went really close to the wall and scraped it. Oh, I'm still too fast. I don't have that turbo kick anymore now that my suspension is stiffer. At least it's not as much as before. Oh, I need to adjust the dampers as well. Now that I stiffened the springs. Oh, I still didn't brake early enough. How early do I need to brake? Oh, I bounced on nothing there again. Which is much more noticeable now with the stiffer springs. Every time I bounce on nothing, because I get a bigger bounce. Okay, what is going on? Why am I not able to slow down as well anymore? Do I need to move the brake bias to the front again? Just as before? Was it a mistake moving some braking to the rear? Alright, I'm gonna try moving the brake balance to the front again, and oh, my dampers is already at 300 at the front. Guess I need to max it out then. Also, the brakes are cooked, so I need to respawn. Doesn't help that it's super late for me now. Probably not driving as well as I could. Okay, yeah, the brakes feel fine again. Though I put it back to F80. Alright, let's see if I can finally get a good lap with this thing. My best lap so far is still really slow. Well, my best lap is invalid because I have a slight off track. I have done some fast laps, it's just that they're all invalid. Oh, brake a bit too early for this corner. There we go. 125.1. And that's not even that good of a lap still. So maybe I can get a similar lap time as Milk, like within half a second as Milk time, maybe. If I can get a full good lap with this thing. Because I will need a really good lap with this setup to make a time that close to Milk's time, because I'm sure Milk's build has some things about it that just makes it faster, like different aero. Because my aero on this thing is just purely for looks. Oh, it didn't break early enough, apparently. I must have gotten a really good exit. So I need to always brake early, earlier than I have been doing, for whenever I get a good exit on the last corner. Because my approach speed to that first corner is very different depending on how well my last corner is. So even though I'm braking really early, I still have to brake even earlier for when I get that really good exit. Oh, come on. I'm barely putting down power, and yet it's still sliding around. So when should I be braking? When I hit the red line? But sometimes I don't hit the... No, not the rev limit. If I do hit the rev limit, I probably should brake. But if I don't hit it, when do I brake? I really like the handling on this card now, though. So at least I can upload this build and be happy with it. Oh, I'm out of fuel. Oh, my new personal lap record. I ran out of fuel before the line. Oh wait, no, that was my other one. That wasn't my last lap. Wait, new personal lap record. Is that the my global best at Ansan? Hang on. 125. Yeah, that might be my fastest at Ansan. Because I don't think I've taken the Neo or the Info here. What else is very fast? The Fordham? Yeah, I don't think I've taken the Fordham here yet either. So if I go to all vehicles, well, it doesn't show mine because I'm not in the top 10. Isn't it supposed to show that though? If you're viewing all vehicles, it should show what you're ranking, even if you're not in the top 10. I thought that's how it worked. Because it showed here I'm number 29. But I don't know if that's. Yeah, I think that's gotta be my fastest at Nissan. Because there's very few vehicles faster than the Panther. Also, it didn't refuel completely once again. There's few vehicles faster than the Panther. And none of them I have taken to Ansan. Uh, did I replace everything? May as well. And respawn. Alright, hopefully I can get a good lap now. Since this is a very lightweight vehicle, I probably need a couple of warm-up laps, if not 3, since this thing is super light. But I did refresh my tires and brakes, so I might still get faster lap times if I just drive well enough, even before my tires are fully warmed up. Didn't hit the rev limiter this time, but I still didn't brake early enough, apparently. Maybe because I don't have the grip from the cold tires yet. Kind of just braking randomly on that first corner. Because my usual brake markers, the distance boards and the curbs is not far back enough. I need to brake even before I get to the curbs. Oh, what? Once again, I didn't brake early enough. Oh, we're doing burnout. Don't hit the wall. Still not early enough. Still missing the apex by a lot. And I didn't even hit the rev limiter. Still missing the apex a lot. I really need some kind of brake marker, but I'm already braking super early to my furthest furthest back marker, which is the curbs. I'm braking way before I get to the curbs. and still need to brake earlier. This is where the simplicity of the game is not helping with. If there was more details and whatnot, I would be able to find a different brake marker, but there's nothing because the game is super simple. Yep, I thought I'd miss the apex really far away again. Because even though I tried to brake earlier, I still didn't really brake that much earlier. I don't have a marker that's further back. I'm still using same brake marker, just trying to brake a certain distance before getting to it. Whoa, why did it want to go right so much? Is this earlier now? Still not. Oh, off track. Well, the lap wasn't good anyways. How many laps am I able to do per tank? I might be able to get one more lap with this. Oh, I didn't miss the apex too much this time. I don't know if that entry was good though. I probably didn't miss it as much because I was slower. And I might run out of fuel before the end of this lap anyways. Come on, stop sliding around. Oh, I'm out of fuel. Why did I lose so much speed? Still gonna make it to the refueling, but I'm really slow. Am I gonna make it? I can always push it. Starts becoming really slow. It's really slow now. What happened? Why am I losing so much speed? Am I even pushing? Oh yeah, I have a thermometer. Tires are still in good condition. Did I get my best lap after stiffening the suspension? It was after, right? regardless of whether it was before or after, I have I have made other changes. So even if it was after, I might have made other changes since. So my current setup is not what I got my current best lap with, but I believe my current setup is the best that I have so far. I just haven't gotten very good lap with it yet. I should have respawned to reset the brake temperature. Already smoking. Oh, it really wants to slide, alright. Oh, it wants to slide again. That was a 125.8. That was not a good lap. Well, I guess it's more than half a second slower than my best. Still, that lap felt really slow. Yet somehow it is within a second of my best. Well, really wants to slide again. Somehow I didn't go off track yet. Oh, I didn't brake early enough. Managed to keep it on the track somehow. Maybe this is the trick. Having hot brakes to warm up the front tires. But then the front brakes are wearing out faster. So I can't keep doing this for too long without losing my front braking, which I'm not sure I need. So that's my new best lap. I don't know why the game Didn't say that I got a new personal best lap time though. Oh, oh. That was not a good first corner. Oh, that curb's messed me up. So this lap is bad. Yeah, that was really bad. Oh, it wants to do a burnout. I have to say, I'm really happy with this build. The handling specifically. And the fact that I'm able to get, I think within a second of Milk's best lap time here is proof of how good it is. I think I'm within 1 second of Milk's lap time at least. I don't remember exactly his lap time. But I think it's a 123.91 something. So my 24.90 is within 1 second of that. not gonna make another lap with this fuel. Alright. Our fuel and have a look at the Panther leaderboard. I think that will have to be it for this car. I'm so glad that even though Milk haven't posted his 400 horsepower build, he still has a good lap time for comparison. So yeah, I am within 1 second of that. That's good enough for this build, considering it's not even supposed to be very fast. In fact, I didn't expect much from this build to begin with, but I was getting fast lap times even when my laps weren't very good, so I could tell the car can go really fast. And yeah, did go fast. Let's load this. Screenshot of that. Add it onto the thing. Oh, I haven't closed this thing. See, it doesn't seem to have affected my FPS. I didn't feel my FPS go down, but maybe my FPS was slightly lower because it's still open. In fact, I still have a calculator open as well. Alright, so now I need to work on this one. This is very similar. I don't want the 400 engine on this. I'm gonna need a different ratio. Let's keep the check. Oh, long intake. Yeah, it needs the long intake. Although maybe no intake would have been better. Wasn't even thinking of the intake. Oh yeah, I have more spacer on the rear now. Yeah, the front brakes are gonna overheat regardless. The upgraded pads are pointless. I might not need the 300% springs on this because it's lighter. But it's not that much lighter, I don't think. I can get away with my height, I believe, since it is lighter. In fact, I may have been. That other one may have been better off with slightly lower height since I'm only testing it here in Ansan where it's completely flat. Yeah, now that I think about it, I should have made this thing very low, huh? Actually, no, because even though it doesn't look like it, the Panther has horrible underbody hitbox, probably to accommodate the various aero options on it. And I am driving over some of the curbs. So if I had lowered it, I would have lost a bunch of time having to avoid the curbs. And I am gonna test this, which is -1 height. So if this thing, I'm gonna guess this thing could hit some of the curves. Or at least it's gonna be worse over the curbs. What's this? Oh, it's the same. Yeah, the spoiler. Don't want a wing on this. The fenders are the same. Wipers are the same. The roof, this is supposed to not have a roof. And no bumper. Well, not no bumper, but the stock bumper. Oh yeah, the other one also has a stock rear bumper. And bonnet. Headlights, you can change it. Oh, this is to remove the brake power increase. What am I paying 14,000 for? Brake balance is 2K. Anti-roll 2K. Oh, the dampers. There it is. Yeah. What's my FDR on that other one? Even though this is lower power, I'm probably gonna need something similar. Rio 8. Wait, what? Hmm. This already has 308. May as well try it. Uh, Tires. Yeah, I think everything is good now. Oh yeah, the server restart is in just a few minutes. So I won't be able to do very many laps before that. We can just rejoin after. Server restarts on this game don't take very long. Oh yeah, and I did that lap time in drift mode. I didn't even think about switching to sport mode for the assist. Oh, well, I'm not gonna get a good lap time with all this damage. What even happened there? Did I bounce off of nothing again? Why did I suddenly lose control? The car seems to be fine. Oh yeah, I need a higher FVR, not lower. I was thinking lower. Maybe I can switch to a slightly higher FVR. There is, I think, a slightly higher FVR than this. This is 308. I think there's a 311 or a 312. Regardless, let's see how this does here on the long straight. I'm still doing burnouts coming out of that corner, even with the lower power. Oh yeah, Neri, you didn't hear my um talk earlier about this build. Do you know what this build is supposed to be? Can you tell from all the things you can see on this build? You may not even know about it, all the things this thing is referencing. So even if you can tell what these things are, you may not necessarily know what the reference is. Not really, yeah. Do you know the not Black Panther, the Pink Panther? It's a really old TV show where you have an actual panther that is colored pink, and the pink diamond that they called a pink. Actually, I'm not sure if the diamond also is also called Pink Panther diamond, or is it just a pink diamond? Oh, now you recognize it. Now that I mentioned what it is. So this thing is not handling very well. I'm not sure if it's just because of the lack of downforce, or I actually need to make adjustments on this since the front is lighter. Probably both. So you have the what do you call it? Paw marks on the sides and the face with the eyes as the headlights, obviously, and it's got its tongue out and as the light attachments. The nose is a heart shape. Also, there goes the server restarting. And then obviously I gave it my cat logo in the back. And the Pink Panther diamond. So what even is the difference in weight between this and the other one? 0.6, 0.5. So this one has gotta be, yeah, 0.7, 0.5. That's quite a big difference. But what adjustments do I need to compensate for that? Oh, the next FDR is 331. I don't think this is gonna have enough of a top speed, but I guess I have to try. I think I'm gonna redline this, or not redline. I'm gonna hit the rev limiter even before I get close to my breaking point. Oh yeah, this is lighter and lower. Hmm. I don't know if that cancels out the difference in handling by making it. No, it doesn't. Because the heavier and taller car will have more weight transfer. But I don't exactly have very small adjustments that I can make. So yeah, maybe this one needs 200 springs. Alright, let's try this. Where am I facing? Oh yeah, I'm over here. Oh, it wants to do a burnout. Well, oh, I should stay off that curb. Oh, went way too wide. Oh, hmm. Maybe I do get to the breaking point before the rev limiter, even with this higher FDR. Wait, did I even change the FDR? I changed it, right? Also, yeah, this setup is not working still. Let me go back to my zipper springs and max dampers. Yeah, I increased the FDR and go back to multiplayer so we don't have the stuttering. Surely the server has reset. I guess I could have just went to a different server, huh? Instead of going to my single player, instead of waiting for server to go back up. The only reason I go to this one is because I have lower ping here than most other servers that I can go to. Oh, get off that curb. I'm really feeling the lower downforce of this thing. Even though it's just the rear spoiler and the front bumper. Both of those do give a decent amount, especially the massive rear wing. Speaking of the Pink Panther show, can you still watch it anywhere? What? Stop sliding. There we go. $26. What was my best? 24.9. So considering this is a lower power build, and well, I don't know if the lower downforce is actually better or not, because it also means lower drag, which since this is a lower power build, the lower drag probably does help quite a bit. But yeah, it's still a lower power build at the end of the day, so it makes sense that it is lower, but I'm still 2 seconds behind though with that best lap. In fact, more than 2 seconds. Let's see if we can do even faster lap than that. Oh, there we go. Not that much faster, but faster still. Alright, let's try to go even faster than that. Well, not gonna happen if I hit the curves like that. And go off track. Stop drifting. There we go. I think I hit the rev limiter there. little too fast through that corner. Oh, should have brake earlier for that. Nearly went off track on the inside. Well, messed up that last half, the second half of that lap, and possibly the straightaway as well. So this lap is. Oh, no, I hit the rev limiter. Well, I hit the curbs as well. I thought I messed up the last corner, but I still hit the rev limiter, so I must have still came out at a decent speed somehow, though it didn't feel optimal. I think the suspension could use some adjustment, but I don't know what. Oh, the front brake pads on this is quite worn. Oh, because I replaced it. It was it originally had the upgraded pads. So this must have been brake pads from a different car. So I should just replace everything, I guess. Hmm, what should I change? Somehow the car feels more loose. Maybe should lower it even more. I don't know how come this lighter and lower car feels more loose somehow. Really much else to adjust. And yeah, I'm not, even though I replaced the parts, I'm not respawning. Because I think the fact that this car is so light is preventing the tires from getting warmed up even when I'm skidding around. So I need the heat from the brakes to at least help me warm up the front tires. Somehow the car feels much better, so even though all I did is lower it by 1 centimeter. Maybe the fact that I replaced the tires. No, the tires was just on 1 and 2% wear. That can't be it. That's already my new best lap with this car. Well, not this car, this build. So I'm actually less than 2 seconds behind my other build now. What? That was an off track? Not getting many laps close to my current best of 26.6. Maybe that is the best I can do with this car. Like my last lap is only 128. Well, just under 128. gonna give it one last attempt, one last fuel, full fuel. The brakes are really hot now, and refueling made the tires cold again. But with those warm brakes, my front tire should get up to the optimal temp quicker. Oh, got way too much there. Somehow didn't even scrape the car on over the going over the curb, even though this is lower than my other build. Oh, what? Just didn't wanna go straight again. Wanted to go sideways. Just wants to go sideways. Oh, hey, Pieman. Yeah, this thing doesn't need more gears because it's very light, and I have the 320 V8 on it. At least not for this track. Oh, wants to go sideways again. Somehow that was not an off track. Almost got turned off track there by the curbs. Ooh, almost. That was really close to being off track there, I think. Can't really tell where really the off track section there is. Because in some places you actually do have to go over the white line, but in some, even if you don't go over the white line, it still counts as an off track. Well, this lap is no good. Sometimes once it starts sliding, it just really doesn't want to stop, even though I have very little throttle input. 26.2. Much better than my previous best. Probably not gonna go much faster than that then. Alright. That will have to be it for me today. Already way over time. So somehow lowering the car actually did help, and it wasn't colliding with the curb still. Though I don't think I should go any lower than this. What even did I change besides the engine and FDR and the height? I think those were the only things that I changed. Well, like I said, I can't attend the race event. Like, it's already 2:45 a.m. for me. Like, these race events is not for my time zone. That's why I don't really attend it. Have I ever attended? I don't think I've attended Friday night's race. I attended the Jeju 2 hours, but that's a different time, I believe. Well, that's it for this build. It does handle not as good as the other one, even though it's lighter and lower. But I don't think I can make it any better. Otherwise, I would have made more changes already. Well, you can probably give it more aero, and it will drive better. I don't know if it's gonna be faster around this track though, because you're also increasing the drag with downforce. Anyway, so there's my build. Oh, it loaded so slowly. Takes so long to load the decals when browsing the workshop. Let's add it to the thing. There it is. The last build of today. So we got first thing was the Compacty, which I actually uploaded multiple variations for. I didn't test the Tronco or the Mighty today, but I did test it last week. I just didn't upload them then because I didn't have the decal or light attachments update on them last week. I only made it this week. So So yeah, all I had to do with those was upload the new decals and light attachments. And then the CUDA and the flanker that goes with it. Well, the design that is. Obviously all my semi trucks and trailers are set up to go together. So yeah, you can combine this semi with any of my other trailers and this trailer with any of my other semis. And I think my trailers also all go together because we have the lead trailers now, so you can combo trailers with other trailers now as well. But I'm not sure yet because I haven't been noting that down. They should be though. Yeah, because while testing and tuning them, I was already trying combos with them. So I think they do combo as well with each other, the trailers. And then my Sakura Panther, the one I was using earlier. This thing, 400 horsepower. Pretty much the same thing as this one, the Pink Panther. Besides the stronger engine and lower ratio. It's taller, but I don't think it's gonna be better when you lower it. Especially because it has the heavier engine at the front. But maybe it will be better. I didn't adjust the height on it very much. Uh, oh, I do have this old setup with a low height. Oh, I think this was my Ansan Ring setup. No, wait, because Ansan Ring is bumpy. Don't know what this is for. Well, I don't remember at least. This is also an i4 150, but it has +2 +1. So this is my old Sakura design from back when we only had 10 light attachments. So this is what it is now. So originally it only had the i4 150 and very soft springs because I wanted to make it like a mostly stock feeling car because it does have stock aero except for the spoiler. Uh, yeah, the topless is the stock one for the Panthers. You have to buy the roof if you want. You want a roof. And here's my -5. This is really low. A V12 331. This must be for Ole? Do you need 400 on Ole? Isn't the 320 better there? Since it's got, you're constantly turning? What's the fastest Ole time? Yeah, it's with the 320. Oh, and Ole is bumpy as well anyway. So what was that build for? I don't remember. This has to be for Ansan, but the FDR is higher. Hmm. Oh yeah, because you couldn't go very fast back then with less grip. So the higher FDR made more sense because you couldn't go as fast anyway. And it has higher drag as well on this aero setup. Actually, I don't know if it does. It probably does because it has this rear bumper and skirt. Oh, and it has no, the roof reduces drag, but it adds weight, which is kind of like drag as well in terms of accelerating. So this has got to be my old Ansan Speedway setup. Very low, so 200% springs makes sense on it. So I can go really low for Ansan, but I'm going over the bumps. Maybe not with this one. This might be low enough that you can't really go over the bumps as much. Hmm. I should have looked at my older builds before I started testing and tuning my builds, and I would have known about that. Maybe I could have made the other one really low. Well, so this one is also -5, and it is an i5, but not i5, i4. So this has got to be an Unsun Speedway build as well, because this height won't work anywhere else. Oh yeah, there was a time attack, I think, which is why I made an i4 version for this. Wait, which one came first? It's the i4 that came first. It has a lower number. Oh yeah. Oh, it's got even softer springs, which makes sense because it is a lighter build. It has only the i4, and it is very low, just like the other Ansun build. Here's my old 320 EV1 speed build. Very high ratio, so this has to be for all A. +3 height, all around. So same height front and rear. This one as well, front, same height front and rear. This is the first one where the height is different. And it's my oldest one. Wait, my Sakura Panther is older than my Cat Panther? I thought I made my Cat Panther first. Huh. Yeah, my Cat Panther came after. What else was I looking at? Well, not much to see, I think. So that was the last thing to look at. Whatever. So there was nothing else. Also, I have 3 of each now. 3 cat builds, 3 of this Sakura. Wait, is this called Sakura flower? I've been saying that it is, but is that right? And then my newest one. Why is it so dark? There's a light in here. I just I was wondering why this light look so bad right now, but because it's so dark. Anyways, anything else? I think that's it. Go back to my single player to see if I left anything else. Yeah, I think that's it for today. The mag case is not getting updated today. Oh yeah, that's it. Managed to do everything that I actually wanted to do. Usually I have enough extra things I wanted that I could do, but even just the main things that I want to do already takes so long that I don't even get to do my extra stuff. But today I actually managed to do everything. So yeah, that's it for me today. I'm already way over time. And apparently the Friday race night event at Mr. Bug is starting, so